is up, everybody? It's Joe from JLW Games coming at you with another cool live stream. Appreciate you guys checking out the stream if you're here already. We got Donovan in chat. How's it going, man? Good to see you guys, as always. And today we're going to be doing something different, kind of. I mean, we're still playing Planet Coaster 2, but you'll notice that we're in Winland Adventure Resort. We're finally... we're finally gonna be working on this live, rather than just, you know. Alright, getting messages. But finally gonna be working on this live. This was supposed to be a series that I would just do time lapses on. I think I mentioned in my last stream. Sorry, I gotta crack open a Dr. Pepper here. Get nice and relaxed. That I was thinking about doing mostly live streams and then doing videos for like cinematic videos and such like that and things of that nature. But when we're working on our parks, might be doing more so live streams. That's not to say I won't make videos still on like regular videos, but it will most likely just be like updates on how my parks are going more than anything. Very simple videos, but then like the cinematic videos are the ones that I really want to spend a lot of effort on, honestly, because I really feel like I love doing cinematic videos. I enjoy really making those a lot more than I do than like the actual episodes. But if like just and then live streaming, I mean, you get all these. I get to interact with you guys, so I really do enjoy it. I'd love to hear what your guys' feedback is on this, but personally, I like doing live streams a lot more than editing videos personally, because I get to interact with you guys. I get that live feedback of what I'm building too, to see if you guys are enjoying what I'm working on. You guys can have a little bit of an influence potentially on what I'm building. So yeah, I did a lot more in this park, a little bit more the other day. Actually kind of finishing up some finishing touches. You may have noticed if you've been following the series a lot. We filled in this area with a little bit of a backstage area that might have might add more and more. We have like these little scissor lifts. We have the club cars. We have some bins, some forklifts, and just some other stuff kind of scattered in here, attempting to be hidden behind this themed fence. But when you're on rides and such, if you got eagle eyes, you might be able to notice some of the backstage areas once in a while. That's just how parks are sometimes, and they try to hide it, but there could be a time or two you do see some equipment or backstage stuff going on. So I kind of did that, but I still think it looks fine and decent. I also built some there's only one so far, but I want to do more of these with the new event points here. We actually have a new event point, and I built this little windmill that is activated by the guests. It could be a little interactive thing, and I also have sound effects that will go with it as well. Also built this restroom building to fill in all of this area right here, and a little bit of a staff room building in this part of the park also as well. So I think it looks pretty cool. Personally, I think it looks great. So I think it's coming together quite nicely. I still want to add some more touches and such here. I feel like I need to fill in at least maybe some foliage or something and put a cover on this queue of some sorts potentially as well. Just a few little small things here and there. I did add some vista points in a few spots also, so guests will admire like these observation areas that I built. We can actually utilize the vista points. I'm so happy they came back into the game, and that you can actually edit what the animations for the guests are too. Like, are they gonna admire it? Are they gonna take selfies? Are they gonna do all these other sort of stuff as well? And I've started planning forward what we're going to be doing for the future of the park and everything like that. I'm going to do, like, in the central area, somewhat of a main street in this little stretch of land that will connect to the other side. Not a little bit of a main street, kind of with a lot of shopping and restaurant experiences there. And I feel like I do want to utilize parades, and that is going to have a parade route going down that main street. So we're going to build it around the parade because it's kind of hard to put a parade in existing paths a little bit. I mean, you can do it. It's possible, but I feel like it's a little bit tricky because the paths do have to be pretty wide for it. I mean, you could sink the normal track underneath the ground and do it that way. But I don't think guests will stop and watch it unless it's actually attached to a path. So, but yes, Ryan, I do have Battletoads, but we're not playing Battletoads today. Let me know in the comments if you want to see a Battletoads live stream. That would be something, right? If it was unfamiliar, I prank called Ryan quite a few times the other day while I was working Hilo Silos at Silver Dollar City. That was funny. It was really slow at the silos, and we were down for weather, or a lot of the rides were down for weather, so it was fun. But I want to do a little bit of this central area. I kind of want to, we might be working on the main street a little bit today, and I want to get the path that's going to connect us to our next area and get started on that too. I did kind of put a little concept together. This isn't final. This is me doodling a little bit of thinking of what I'm going to put in the western section. But I'm looking at an RMC hybrid that is going to be heavily themed. And it's going to be really, really big and thrilling. It's going to be a big thrill ride, so... But, yeah. I don't get notifications for some reason, but luckily Discord has me covered. Yeah, that's why we do it on Discord as well. To also, for those that don't get notified on YouTube, we have the option of that as well. Why is this catwalk white? That's interesting. I gotta get that changed. But anyways, this is not a final draft. This is just me. It was me doodling around. I like the idea of this little pre-section, this little outer bank and everything. But I think I'm gonna redo the drop a little bit. It has some funky, I'm sure you guys will agree. It's got some funky looking shaping to it. I need to redo it, for sure. This is one of my things. I've never really good at doing drops right off lift hills. I've never been real good at those, so I need to redo that and figure that out. But that was just me doodling over here, because we're going to have in the back of the park a nice big RMC hybrid. But I'm going to redo that drop a little bit because, again, it does look kind of stiff. I don't know if that's the... Because I wanted to do like kind of like a 90, 91 to 2, maybe a 92 degree drop or something like that. Make it the steepest hybrid in the world. Because I think the steepest is Iron Gwazi at 91 degrees. I could be wrong on that. Really wide. I feel like all the RMCs are tighter with wider plots. That's exactly, you're 100% correct on that, and that's what I was thinking about. It needs to get down to that steepness sooner, and then the pull-out can be a lot bigger. I see what, that's actually what I was thinking and was going to try after when I redid this drop. That's why I kind of stopped there, because I wasn't really happy with how the drop was looking. I was doing, I think, 10 degrees each 4 meter piece, so let's try and push it up to much bigger than that. And I want it to look like I need to get pictures maybe of like Steel Vengeance or something and really kind of model it off that. Honestly, let me get a picture of Steel Vengeance's drop up so I can maybe try and mimic the shaping around that. For sure. But yes, 91 degrees. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. That's why I figured that. I don't think there hasn't been another one built steeper, right? That was my question, like, because I do want to break a record on this ride, even if it's by 1 degree. Have you gotten any chance to get on Tormentor at Over Texas? I've never been to Over Texas. I'd love to maybe make a Texas trip at some point. I've only been to 2 Six Flags parks, believe it or not. Well, technically more now since the merger, but it was pre-merger, you know. But I've been at Six Flags St. Louis, pre-merger. And I've also been to Magic Mountain. Those are the only 2 Six Flags parks I've been to. And if you count after merger, I haven't actually been to any parks since that merge happened. So I have been to Worlds of Fun, obviously. But now those 2 parks have been sold. They're Enchanted parks. I've not visited them since then either. So, yeah. But anyways, those are the only 2 actual Six Flags parks I've been to. Gotta make it 91.1. Not feet, degrees. Anyways. So yeah, so Iron Gwazi's still the steepest. Okay, I couldn't remember if one had been built that was steeper, so. Well, yeah, those are the only 2 that I have been to. But the Texas ones aren't too far away from me. I mean, it's a little bit of a drive, but nothing crazy. So I definitely should at some point. I just haven't really made any trips in a long time. Like, I just haven't been doing trips. My last real trip was 2 years ago, 2024, to Dollywood. So it's like, I'm very overdue just for having... Alright, here's got a good reference photo of Steel Vengeance drop. That's what I want to compare it to a little bit. I don't know. Do you think we should do a regular drop or a pre-drop section? I like how the drop right off the lift looks visually. And we're gonna have like a lot of cool theming throughout the ride too. It's gonna be really good, pretty cool. Yeah, it does get to that 90 degrees fairly quick, and then the pull-out is pretty big. So I think that is what we're going to focus on. So we're going from there. Maybe we get down to... maybe all the way up to... still want it to look smooth, though. This is definitely going to be a descent faster. Maybe 60's the play right there. And then we go to maybe 75. That would be a 15 degrees. I was doing 10 at one point, but now do 15 instead. That should take us all the way to the 90 degree point. Which, of course, we want to go slightly steeper for the record, but I know when I smooth it out, it's going to get rid of that steepness just a little bit. You'll send me a picture. I mean, if you got a good one, if you got a good picture of the drop, I mean, sure. Or something. Potentially. Wait, what were you saying? I haven't been... I need to look more at the chat than what I have. Do you think current game... okay, well, never mind. I was in the middle of reading that and you just retracted it. Sorry. Duo went to Six Flags Over Texas from Branson. 7 hours. That's what I was thinking about. 7 hours, which is pretty long, but it's doable, you know? I need to make a Texas trip. I've been to Texas, but I've never, like, made a theme park trip out of it. Alright. Yeah, Ryan, how have you not ridden Tornado? Alright, so I'm gonna make it about 95, because once we go in and smooth it out, that's when it will start to get rid of some of the degrees on it, so as long as it looks a little bit beyond 90, we'll market it. Oh wait, no, did it go the wrong way? Hold on. That's 90. This one needs to be... oh yeah, see it's going... it has that glitch where it goes kind of weird, so we need to go 85. It's actually 95, but it's kind of got that glitch, It's a mini glitch that Frontier's never fixed. So. Alright, now we're going to start doing the pullout. Which I think we'll try 5... I don't know if 10-degree increments would be good here. Let's just see. 70, 60. I feel like it's going to be a little bit too soon, so let's try 5, actually. That seems like really small, but down to 70 degrees. I think that's going to be too small. Unless we may, like, put it in a tunnel or something. Yeah, that pullout's going to be a little bit too long, elongated there. So let's do not quite 10, but let's try 8. 76 and 70, 62, or I think I miscalculated on one of them, but hey, I think we're getting to pretty close to where we want. Yes, we get into Adventureland for free. Yes, we do. I think, yeah, because we own it now. It's one of our parks. 48, 40. I know my math has been way off on this. I've just been spitballing. As long as it looks good, that's all I care about. 32, 26, 18, 10. I mean, it would be 2 degrees and then 0. That's actually beautiful. All right, I think that looks a little bit better. I think after we smoothed it up, use the smooth tool, we should be in good shape here, hopefully. I usually do my method. I do my method for the rest of the ride, but for like a first drop like this, I'm fine with like just spam smoothing it on a drop. Like it's when you do straight sections, it doesn't really matter too much. So I'm gonna spam smooth it. All right, let me see in comparison what that looks like, and I'd love to hear your guys' opinions if I should shape it out any differently. Got a pretty big pull out, and then going from the bottom. I'm trying to get like a similar angle to my reference here, and I think that looks a lot better. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the 90-degree angle that just makes it look kind of weird to me. I don't know what it is. Something still seems a little weird. Okay, let's see what it looks like from a distance. What do you guys think? I've never been good at profiling or shaping my first drops. I mean, I'm definitely got more of a pull-out. Like, realistically, it would have a pretty big pull-out on a really big drop for the forces, you know. So, but yeah, I wanted to get that. We got the blueprints. I need context. Blueprints of what? Kind of looks like a hump in the middle when it hits the 95 degrees. Yeah, it's probably a little less than 95. You mean like... I mean, it has to go back that way in order to get that degree. Maybe it's just because I'm going at an angle that makes it look weird. I don't know. I mean, from a couple, like an angle like this kind of looks good. A blueprint for my park. Anyways, oh, for Wind Valley. Wind Valley. I don't know what you're referring to, but You're not talking about this park, are you? I think that looks good. I think this angle is pretty good. I mean, we could probably go in and smooth it out even more a bit. Just a tiny bit more. Let's go really high on the smooth strength, too. Just a little bit. Alright, I think that drop's looking pretty good now. What do you guys think? I want your guys' feedback. I want this to be as good. Oh, at Heartland Adventure, gotcha. It just depends. It could be a later edition. It just depends on what you got. And are you in the server as a manufacturer or something? Because you got to do that first. It looks like Steel Vengeance, so that's what you're going for. Yes, that's what I'm modeling the first drop off of. Yes. The first drop, modeling off the look of Steel Vengeance, obviously, because obviously, I mean, you look at the color scheme. Should we go with a different color scheme? What do you guys think? Or should I kind of go that Steel Vengeance route? This is going to be the western area, so it has to look western-y. So that's kind of why Steel Vengeance is on my mind here. A mixture of Steel Vengeance and Outlaw Run, because it's going to be those kinds of similar theming, so you know what I mean? So that makes sense. Color scheme works. I think it does too. I just don't want it to be like too close to Steel Vengeance, if that, you know what I mean? I want it to be its own thing. Obviously we'll make the trains a different color and kind of like a different vibe, maybe. So this is on the workshop, by the way, these trains. I'm going to do my own little modifications, but someone made these trains on the workshop. They look really good, and they just resemble the RMC trains a little bit more so than the end game, because if you put, like, say, the end game next to it, you can tell that these look a little bit better. Like the standard trains, this is... You have to change it on this one real quick, but... Peaks standard, there we go. So like comparing the two, I think this looks a lot better than what the end game one looks like. Like it looks closer to an RMC train rather than this. Which I feel like they went away a little bit too far from RMC here. Like this looks like a little bit too different from what RMC actually does. So this one looks more like an RMC train. So they scrapped the bars on the outside. The shaping's different. It's rounded instead of like the box kind of style. Don't know why they made it that way, but this looks more like an RMC train than the end game gave us. So that's what I love about Planet Coaster 2, being able to attach scenery pieces and everything. Is really cool. It allows us to do a lot of nice stuff like this, so you can make it look a little bit different. But anyways, like how Plotchland copied Time Traveler's Train. Yeah, they're basically the same, just a different color track. They even got the gears on the side and everything. You should make it stick out, so no yellow, orange, or maroon. Those are both old gen trains. I wish we had the ones that were introduced, like Twisted Timbers, with a hyper hybrid. Yeah, like Steel Vengeance, like the Gen 2 trains. They're still kind of similar. They're obviously different, but yeah, you're right. These are kind of like the more Generation 1 trains. I bet someone has made Gen 2 trains, because with the Gen 2 trains, they have two sets of wheels on the front. On the Zero car. So, like, I bet if you got creative enough, I bet someone... Excuse me. Heck, I could probably go on the workshop and see if anyone's made a Gen 2 train. Or at least closer to. I mean, the cars themselves are fine. But I think they have more wheels on them, is the main difference. And the restraint system. Restraints are slightly modified. They're still the same style kind of restraints, but They're a little bit more comfortable, in my opinion, than the Gen 1 trains. But, you know. Because this would definitely have, like, the bigger ones. Or, like, the next-gen trains, obviously. For sure. Anyways, let's go into the coloring here. And, yeah, we have silver. We don't want silver. We want more of that. Brown color. Ah, come on, gamer. Crazy that both of them are uncomfortable. Yeah, RMC doesn't have the most comfortable trains, that's for sure. I think the most comfortable trains that I prefer are the Mach Rides ones, like the Extreme Spinners or their like regular launch coasters with the over-the-shoulder lap bar. To me, those are so comfortable. I really like those. No seat belts, and you feel so free. Your legs are free, your arms are free. To me, those are the most comfortable restraints that I've experienced. So, whatever Mach Rides did with that design is perfect. The seats themselves are comfortable to sit in, and the restraints are very comfortable. So, anyways, what mods do I play the game with? That's a good question. Sorry, I was seeing... I get lost in chat sometimes, so sorry if I'm a little late responding. I use... only a handful, honestly. I'm not a big mod person in general, but only mods I usually use are in Planet Coaster. Like, other games, I'm not a really big mod user. The only ones I really use are kind of, in my opinion, the essential ones in this game. And that's going to be the Too Much Scaling mod. I think that one is like one of your essential ones that everyone should just have. Honestly, should just be in the game, personally. Frontier, I don't know why they made it so limiting on the scaling. I'm happy that scaling's in the game, but they shouldn't have put a limit on it. Doesn't affect the game at all, like performance wise. If your scales are big or small, maybe it's a thing they don't want something to look bad if it's too big, I guess. Like the textures probably won't look as good, maybe. But I don't know. But too much scaling, no track limits. I mean, those are the two like quintessential like mods that I feel like if you're going to use mods, you have to have those ones. So I have those two mods, are the main mods that I use. What else do I have? I have Sky Studio. That's another one if you're really big on like creating visuals or like making the game look different or look a little bit more realistic, and visuals here. So obviously I have a little bit of the clouds kind of worked on here. I have some presets for heavy rain, snow, thunderstorms, and such like that. And you can really make the game kind of look how you want. So I really like Sky Studio. Not really one that is required, but if you're gonna make videos and content, I think it's really nice for cinematics. If you're just trying to create a mood, and really, or if you just want your game to look a little bit nicer or different while you play as well. So I got Sky Studio, no track limits. I did have the Switch track or the Switch Tracks. I think I have Switch Tracks Unlimited, which just add some more options overall. And then I did have the transfer track ones, but I did actually just remove those. Because like, I want Sky Studio to work, and Sky Studio doesn't work with those mods. It actually makes it unusable, unfortunately, so I decided to get rid of it until I feel like I need to use it, maybe. I have it on the back burner in case I want to use it, or until they come up with some fixes, so... but I think those are the main ones that I have. There could be another one. I don't have any CTRs at the moment, like the Alpine Coaster and such like that. But yeah, Wildfire trains are so cool. What is the transfer track mod? I don't know if I know that one. So it's called Switch Tracks. Universal Switch Tracks is what it's called. And what it adds is, I don't have it installed at the moment, so I can't show you at this exact moment. But it adds a new track that allows tracks to move horizontally left or right. So like, think of a transfer track basically that can move over. It just adds those to the game, which is really nice. So if you want to include a transfer track into your ride layout, and it's not for like maintenance transferring, it's actually to make it part of the ride experience. Very, very cool mod, but it does require the Forge utils, whatever the name of that mod is. It does require that for it to work. So you have to have that installed, and when that's installed, Sky Studio doesn't work. So I don't currently have it right now because I wanted Sky Studio to work at the moment. They have not created a patch for Sky Studio yet to work with those new versions, so it's a little bit of a bummer, but yeah. But if you want to keep it simple, I'd say no track limits and too much scaling. Those are the main two that you should probably have. Alright, maybe let's experiment a little bit with the color of the track here. I mean, we could go with like an orangish color, or maybe like a little dark. Kind of like a darker brown and such. Kind of gives it that westerny feel. Make it a little bit different from Steel Vengeance. Steel Vengeance is a little lighter than this, so... Yeah, it's not a maintenance transfer track, it's a layout edition, yeah. So, like, it adds transfer tracks, but it's only used to, if you want it part of the ride experience of the ride layout. And I was experiencing some bugs with some stuff, so I did uninstall some stuff for right now. And I've just been experimenting to see what works with what mods. Like, some mods just don't work together. For instance, like Sky Studio doesn't work with the Forge Utils mod. You can't use that, and what that mod does, it allows you to add CTRs to the game. You also need it to use the transfer track mod, or the Universal Switch Tracks, as it's called. Would I do silver? We could see what it looks like. I don't know if I'd like silver or not, really, though. If I did, I would do kind of like a darker one. If I did do something like that. Which doesn't look bad. I definitely wouldn't do like a light silver color. It's not the worst. I don't know. I kind of like that brown, though. Personally. I didn't install them because I was scared I would mess up my no track limits file. So what I do, I have a folder for, so if I test stuff out, I will pull my old files that I have installed in the game files. I'll move them over to a certain file, so I preserve them. I don't delete them. I just move them over. That way, if something doesn't work properly, I'll put them back in the way that I had it. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I do with my mods. You gotta be careful too, because if you have any parks that utilize the mods and you remove one of those mods, that park no longer will work, so... but yeah. Anyways. So, we're not going to be focusing too much on that coaster. I just want to get it kind of established in the skyline too, of what it will look like around the park as well. Because I'm going to stick to how I've been building, and that is doing one little section at a time and not doing, or jumping around. Even though we are going to be doing the western section next, we have to build a little bit of the central, a little bit more of the central area to get us to that western area, which we're going to go. So the plan is here, have this path is going to go back here. We're going to have like a little wall here that will separate. I figured the parade's floats and stuff can be stored back here because this is already a backstage area. So this is all going to be like a big backstage area for the parks. And it also bridges employees with the water park and the dry park, so they can actually travel backstage through this area. And we'll have a little bit of employee parking. But then the entrance to the western section is going to be back here. When I kind of like highlighted about the area that I want it to be in with terrain coloring here, terrain painting. We can make it bigger, smaller, whatever we need to do. We can even move back a little bit further here if we need to, like whatever we do to fit it in. And then over here is going to be steampunk, and then we're going to have the dark, like the scary themed area over there. So we have a lot of room to work with still. So yeah, I didn't want to move on until I was basically done with the Viking section, which I basically am. So, I mean, there's still some tweaks here and there that I need to put in, but I'm going to go back through and we're going to touch up on stuff later. But as a whole, it is pretty much completed. Like, I still want to add more, don't get me wrong. Like, I'll still continue to add more details, and there's still a few other things that I'm sure I forgot and such and need to fill in, but as a whole, the whole area is filled in. So like the buildings and such, there's a lot of like touch-ups and such that I still could do though, but I will admit that. So basically I'm trying to figure out how the planning how the parade's gonna come. It's gonna go through a gate right here, and then we're gonna have kind of our main street right here, so the parade will come around, go through this main gate, and then I gotta have some sort of turning around point to get back over here, which is what I'm trying to figure out here. So should we go right and then go back this way? We could do that, and that would make it a pretty long parade route. But yeah, I made this in a different build, but like I made like this little parade float backstage area, which these would be where the parade floats would be stored in. These little buildings here. And then we'll have like an actual like access gate right there that they'll come through when the parade comes out. So I'm not a big parade person. I really was debating if I should even have any parades, but I feel like if any park's gonna have parades in my parks, it's gonna be this one, because this is just my dream park, you know, and I really want to get it going again. Even though I've been very inactive on episodes of this, obviously I've been working on it, right? I still have been working on it, but I haven't been working on it as much as I want to. So anyways, let's go ahead and edit this track, and this is where we're gonna actually have paths implemented for the parade. We can change the style of path later on. But we're gonna go straight across here, and we'll work around this path for the rest of everything. So the only one thing I wish with parades is I feel like you have to have such a wide path for it, you know? I wish there was a way to maybe make it thinner, but because you kind of have to plan your parks around parades at this point. Do I prefer Steel Vengeance in the front or back? I was riding Steel Vengeance in May. First ride was in the back, and kind of disappointed by the Top Hat and Outer Bank. I actually don't know if I've ridden in the front. So, I know I've ridden towards the back or around the back, but I actually don't know if I've actually ridden in the front of Steel Vengeance. It's been so long since I've ridden it, and I only rode it a handful of times in 2018, because that was the last time I went. I only had one trip with Steel Vengeance, so I got a decent amount of rides on it, but I just don't think I ever waited for the front. Or went to the front. We had fast passes, and I rode it a handful of times. And it actually wasn't too busy that day either. Alright, so my idea is we're going to go around here, and then there's going to be another path that goes and maybe connects right here, and we'll have it go back the same way. And that could be the parade route. But at the time when I first wrote it, it was my #1 coaster. So it was ejector, but it was kind of just sustained, but not powerful. And in the front, it was much more powerful. It was just the drop that was better in the back. Yeah, I can't remember what rows I was in, honestly. It's been so long. It's been 8 years. That's crazy to think. That's been 8 years since I've ridden it. So, yeah, I have it #2 as my #2 coaster of all time. So, yeah, it's just kind of how I wish I had more opinion on it, but honestly, I just don't, because I have not ridden it in so long. And it was opening year was the last time I was able to ride it, so... Okay, actually, we need to track. What we need to do is go back to these. I need to add a... parallel paths. That's what I was thinking. Parallel paths. Then you can actually use the pathing tools to change these to whatever you want. So, is that just a glitch right there? That's a glitch. I fix that. These. It does not want to fix. Let's go here, add rails, foundation, curbs off. Let's see if we can get rid of that. Oh. See if we can fix it. Actually, I've not seen that happen before. Back on. Delete the path and have it on immediately. Okay, new plan. That's not working. We can... Sometimes it just has something to do with the foundation. Could be just like one tiny spot that's not flat and it's causing it to do that. Could be. Could be that. Anyways, yes, I have ridden Thunderation. I rode it once a week or two ago, and it's running pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was running pretty good. Why is it doing that? So bizarre that it's got that one little spot that doesn't want to cooperate. Love your creations. Do you have a playlist so I can watch this park from the start? There is a playlist, yes. There is indeed. Huh, that is so bizarre that it's doing that. If I make a shorter piece. Yeah, that worked. Alright, that fixed it. Alright, so my main plan here today is to kind of start on this main street area that this parade is going to go down. So we're going to have like this big old main street that connects kind of right here. We're going to have buildings off to the side. So this is going to be a body of water. I think it'd be cool to have some like restaurants that have like a back seating area that overlooks the water and make it look really pretty, you know? Starting to think you wouldn't even on its last day. Oh, I definitely will. There's for sure going to be an employee day where we can get our last rides in, just like Fire in the Hole. So I'll get all my rides in then, honestly. That's when I plan to get most of my rides in. As much as I love what I did there, as much as I love Thunderation, and it obviously is an important coaster to me because I grew up and it was my first big coaster that I rode, you know. So obviously it does have an important place in my heart, but alright, I think the way we're gonna do this is I'm actually gonna make the outside path this texture, and we're gonna make the inside path a different texture. And what I'm gonna do is find some references of some main streets. First one that comes to mind is Disney, of course, but Fire in the Hole shut down the last time you went to ride it, didn't it? Yeah, we got evac'd off of it. And honestly, that was a memorable experience to say that I was on the last train that was ever dispatched, even though it shut down halfway through the ride and I didn't get to finish that ride. I mean, I had already ridden it like 10 plus times before that, like, so I got my rides in. But it was a really memorable experience that was my last time on it, you know? I thought that was pretty memorable. And honestly, I was just fine with it. Because they never ran another cycle on that, again, you know, with people on it. But yeah, just go to the profile. I definitely have, I think there's 19 episodes right now. And I'm going to start changing it up a little bit on how it all works now, but because the plan is to have to start just live streaming my progress. Again, I don't know if some people like that, but I do plan on still making some videos on updating it for people that aren't there for the live streams. But Adventureland and Ire would be a great reference for Main Street 2. Really? Do they have... I've been to that park. Do they really have much of a... Oh yeah, they do have a little bit of a Main Street, that's right. It's been a few years since I've been there. They do have a little bit of a Main Street. I mean, there's a lot of different ones. I mean, obviously, again, Magic Kingdom's gonna be, or like Disney's gonna be the biggest one that everyone knows about. And honestly, I'm not really looking for anything specific here. I just want to find some Main Street buildings that I can kind of go off of. Doesn't really matter. Just something that I can build off of. That's good. And now with the small town theme, we have a lot of good pieces for that, so... Yeah. Let's try and get a Main Street going here. I don't know if I'm going to make it actually this completely this long. It's pretty long, and I want to add lots of detail to it, so I'm going to try. And I'm going to add on to the pathing here as well. We're not going to have it just there. I want to add a bit more to it, so we're going to copy this. I wanted to copy it, not... Clear it. There we go. Here, and hopefully it'll allow us to snap to it. It's not snapping. Snap. Snapping is on, but it's not snapping. Very inconsistent sometimes, but as long as we're close, I'm okay with it. But you gotta be precise, or you start getting separated like that. That's the downside. You gotta get it perfect, or it won't work the way you want it to. Oh, here we go. We'll snap to the end here, which is gonna be what we're gonna have to use. So right there, perfect. Now we're good to go. Basically, I just want to make this wider on this side. Now we have the new fire, and the whole ship sounds more often than the old one. Yes, I know it's new tech, but also the bridge was working. Hooray! They actually have the ability to run 4 trains again. They were able to reprogram it, and now they don't have to wait, like, almost 3 minutes between cycles. So, their line should not be as long as it used to be now, or as it was. It should be better now. Theoretically. Theoretically should be a bit better now. I sure hope, because it was awful. Alright, so we're going to... my references here. I'm trying to find it. Nice big. A good reference here. Yeah, they've been running 3 for a while. They've been running 4 for like a week and a half now. Week and a half. Because I went and did the training there for 4 trains. Went and helped with their 4 train training because I had ran 4 trains in the past and most of their team hadn't done that yet. So I kind of went over to help give them some pointers and help them. I mean, it's not much different. You just are able to dispatch quicker, but it is a little bit different. Alright, so we're gonna get some shops, facilities. What kind of shop should we kind of look in here for? I mean, one thing that we haven't added to this park is an arcade. So I think you could put that into Main Street, like have an arcade. I'd probably put it on this backside so I have a little bit more space to work with. But we're working on this side now, so I think we might put an arcade in there. Maybe even like a theater. Like it's got a nice facade in the front, but that's probably gonna those would probably be on this side. This side I'm limited on space because I have the body of water that's gonna be over here, so I kind of want to do more like restaurants or stuff like that. Anyways, ever been on a swing launch on any coaster? Yes. Yes. I've been on Hagrid's, so does that count as a swing launch? I mean, you go through the switch track and then you go backwards. Kind of. It's not like not entirely the same because like it's somewhat of a swing launch. Not really, because you only go through that spot once and then go back, so it's not really a swing. I guess I wouldn't count that as a swing launch. Gosh, I don't think I have, honestly. Would go in, one would get unloaded, one reloaded by the time the next one sent out. The previous one came back through the drop. Yeah, they couldn't send another train out until the train in front of it got to the first drop, so... So, not the operator's fault that their operations were so slow, is because they had an technical issue that happened towards the end of last season that caused them to have to switch it over. And then they finally found a solution. They had to get it approved by RMC, and they finally got it approved, and they did all the testing on it, and finally they can run 4 again. Have I been on the spinning coaster at Epic Universe? Man, I just want to go to Epic Universe, man. Let alone Curse of Werewolf. That's the name of it. But I just want to go to the park. So no, I haven't. But I haven't even been to Epic Universe. I want to go so bad. The last time I went to Universal was in 2021. So it's been a long time since I've been there. Over 5 years now. Which is crazy. Let's start with a foundation here. What do I want to model this one after? Let's start with a plaster piece. Kind of get shaping and foundations established. Start right here on this edge. As long as it's close, it doesn't have to be 100% perfect, and we can always move it if it be. Alright, I want to do kind of, let's go with kind of a cream, tannish color like that. How's that looking? I have an entrance right there. These aren't going to be super big. Wide-wise. A lot of space to cover. I will say that. A lot of space to cover, though. Alright, so basically what I want to do here is we're going to have an opening in the back. So this will be, say, like backstage slash kitchen area that no one would have access to, except for employees. We'll have a little bit of indoor seating, and then it's going to then lead outdoor here, which will be over the water. We're going to adjust this to where this will fill up more. We have another restaurant over here, so we're going to have multiple restaurants, but that's alright. Most parks do, so. Yeah, I haven't been on Top Thrill 2 yet. Last time I was there, I rode Top Thrill Dragster, just the original Dragster. So. Alright, let's go to facilities. We're going to create a new restaurant in here. Trying to think the wording for what I'm trying to. For here. Dining. Water. Setting? Oh. Trying to think my wording here. Trying to get references of like a nice restaurant. Outdoor seating, water. A nice overview over the water. Like, how do I say that? How do I type that? Really getting what I want here. This is the closest I have. Maybe I can look off of that, but Lakeside Restaurant. Let's try that. Lakeside View. Restaurant, Lakeside View. It's not bad. Hard to see. I kind of want to see. It's hard to see everything that I want to see on these on the reference I'm trying to find. That one's kind of better. Like, I want an overview of it. It's kind of hard to find something like that. Not entirely sure. Alright, let's actually start off with some paths and get like that. I tried Riverfront too. Restaurant. Riverfront. Let's try that. Okay, that's a little bit better. we do something more rounded or more square going over? What do you guys think? Rounded over the water, or should we just kind of keep it straight and edgy? What would look better? More square. Okay. What texture would look good outside here? Do sandstone. Yeah, something that's just gonna go over the water like this is kind of what we're gonna go for. Rounded edge. Okay. Like square, but the edges are more rounded. But I was thinking about also doing stuff a little bit like this. And we'll push this back so it's like over the water. Connect this up like so. Get our rounding tool, round that out. So would you say we should round out the edges? Kind of like that. So it kind of flows in there. Probably round this out too. Just make it look nice and rounded. Like it just looks nice. Looks kind of good. Look at that. Alright, and then we'll go flatten to foundations. Turn the size down. Pull that back a little bit. We'll have our water that's in here. Gonna kind of go out over the water. Obviously, I haven't finalized the shape of this whole water here. That's why I have the water filled so I can still edit it. Something along those lines, and then we'll build downwards with that. And we'll have some seating area out there, some nice, pretty railings. Kind of like what we did over here with like stuff like this, and very similar to like what we did over here too, with the city walk area. Just something along these lines, you know? Maybe we add on our own little bit of what kind of railing we want to figure out. I'm thinking the modern railing. There's one that comes to mind that I really like that I haven't really found a good place for yet. And that's this railing. I really like this Planet Coaster railing. And I haven't seen a ton of people use it, but I like the modern kind of feel it has. Like, I think it looks real nice. Yeah, this water will probably go over here. I might even make a little bridge here, and we'll have that water kind of flow throughout a little bit. I just wanted to have water right in front at the entrance here. I will need to make the back side of these buildings look really nice, because obviously it's going to be the first thing you see walking through here. So the back of these buildings on this main street do have to look good. If that makes sense. I didn't really think about that until just now, that the back of these buildings are going to be important to look good. We can't just... the backside of this main street has to look good. Because you're going to be greeted with it right as you come through the entrance, so they need to be nicely detailed and everything. I might even make like a bridge and such that comes through here. Actually, that lines up perfectly with like this path that goes this way. We could do like a little bridge that goes over this way, and just have a lot of little shortcut paths that can take you into different places. Like, I love that when I go to theme parks, just finding those little small paths that kind of are like almost shortcuts to different spots in the park. So you don't have to go all the way around. You can actually just cut through the middle here. And then we can have some sort of opening that connects with the main street as well. So, yeah, that's going to be cool. That's going to be my project here for a little bit, is working on this side of the main street. And then I think on this side of the main street, we're going to do an arcade, and we're also going to be doing like a theater of some sort as well. I want this park to make sure it has plenty of theaters as well. Because we do have one main central theater here in the City Walk section, but wasn't meaning to say the water shape was wrong. Oh no, I didn't take it that way. I'm just letting you know it's not complete yet. Like, this is just me. I just threw that in there for now when I was building the entrance here. I just had to push it a little bit. Once it's all done, it's gonna be beautiful. So, and this all starts here. But anyways, I love this fence in Planet Coaster 2. I've always wanted to use it for something. So I think this will be a great place to use it on, is like this little restaurant front. On the backside with the water. So what we're going to do is create like a full piece here that goes all the way down, utilizing like the concrete and everything that will look real nice, hopefully. And make it really easy to use throughout those curves as well, because we're going to have to curve it around also. Should we keep the color scheme on this, or should we change the color of that metal? Make it dark? Get a little darker? And we can change the wood color as well. Maybe make the wood a little bit lighter. I kind of like the idea of the lighter wood. Pops out a little bit more. Anyways, been watching my videos, phenomenal builder, jealous of your skill, although I just started playing Planet Coaster 2 about 2 months ago. Honestly, I don't view myself as the greatest builder ever, but I honestly, it just comes from experience. I've been playing Planet Coaster 1 since oh gosh, when was the alpha? I started in the alpha days of Planet Coaster 1, so it was like the game came out in 2016, it was early 2016. So I've been playing Planet Coaster for about 10 years now. So yeah, after a while, you gain a little bit of knowledge on how to build stuff. And again, my biggest advice is what I'm literally doing right now. Find inspiration online, or like of just anything that you want, the style that you're going for. And find inspiration and go based off of that inspiration. Don't build off of nothing. That's going to be so much more difficult to build something just coming immediately out of nothing. You know, that's the hardest way to build. Some people can do it, but I definitely recommend, if you're struggling to get stuff to look the way you want it, you definitely want to go in and make sure that you're really start to find your references and use references. It'll make it a lot easier to make it look good. Yeah, we might go with this texture. I haven't really used it that much. Not that color. I want to make it an interesting color, but not too crazy. Yeah, you gotta find inspiration. It really is art. It really is. And sometimes you just can't give up on what you're building as well. I also noticed that as well. Like, I'll have stuff that I'm building that I don't necessarily like how it's turning out, but then I continue to add more and more details, and then eventually it starts to pan out a little bit, and I'm like, okay, I can work with this. This actually isn't bad. But no, you're absolutely right. It is basically art. But it just takes a lot of just building, and then once you get more familiar with the pieces in the game, You know where everything's at one point. It really does make a huge difference. Let's go with a wood. What about the thicker? I don't know if I want to do this yet, but we're gonna see how it looks. In between each piece, we would have like a wood piece here. That could bridge. It gives you a little wiggle room for when we get to those curves. It makes it a little easier. I draw things, so I would. Yeah. Really good at drawing, by the way, Noah. Don't ever stop. I do like the drawings you send. I know I didn't comment much on it, but your Steam Train one was really cool, by the way. Don't ever stop your hobbies. Alright, something like that. What do you guys think about, like, this style? Something like this. Make it a scenery piece, and then if I continue on, we would, like, bridge them together like this, and then just continue on all the way around. I feel like maybe it needs something at the top here to kind of connect everything together. Like a little piece that comes around at the top there. I feel like if we had something there, it would be kind of more complete. Like a curb or something. Something over it. Had this game since December 2024, and I'm still not very good at 30% of this game, particularly custom supports and making buildings. Yeah. Like I said, the biggest way to get better is honestly, again, find some references. I know I'm going to sound like a broken record. Find your some references. Find some references and base your builds off of something real, and it will actually make your skills better at just in general as well, like on just building the stuff that you build. Right, here's what we're gonna do. I always like to put a piece off to the side in case we need to select one individually. That's always a smart move, by the way. Oh no, oh no. Why are we diagonal? Wait, that one's not diagonal. Yeah, it is, okay. I hate it when it does this to me. Planet Coaster, why would you do this? Everything is, there's no diagonal pieces even in here, so I never understand the algorithm of it not making this straightened. Watch all your new fire in the hole in Planet Coaster 1. That was incredible. Your attention to detail was awesome. I've written... just wait till we get to it in Planet Coaster 2, because I've already started on it. We might actually go into that build here shortly if you're around for the stream a little longer. I think we're going to work on Silver Dollar City more after we're done working in here for a bit. I don't know how long I'm going to be live streaming, but I'll work on this until I usually work it on something until I kind of get burnt out on it, and then I was like, okay, maybe I'll go switch to something else for a little bit. That's kind of how I operate a little bit. So, alright, we're just going to have to deal with it for now. Put that in there. I figured we'd get this going first, because this is what I'm most intrigued about working on right now, is this whole spot over the water. But I make these pieces to where it has a lot of wiggle room, so you can really kind of, don't have to be like, it also speeds it up a little bit. I don't have to be precise on lining everything up, because the piece is so thick that it inserts into basically on that side. Like that, and I have wiggle room of going up, down, left, right, wherever, and it will still look just fine. Like it'll still be lined up. So I don't have to worry too much about it. What I like, that's why I try to build them the way I do. That's what I did with the other ones. It kind of speeds up the process so you don't have to be crazy precise. Anyways. Hey, what's up, Jake? How's it going? Are you gonna create the flooded mine? I'm gonna create everything, yeah, you betcha. We created the flooded mine in Planet Coaster 1 as well. I haven't decided yet exactly how I'm gonna do it, but we'll get there. Got some hobbies: playing the guitar, drums, listening to music, and playing Planet Coaster 2. I think it's good to have some hobbies. That's awesome. I need to start playing my instruments again more often. I've been trying to... There for a while, I was learning more and more piano. I already have experience in music because I play saxophone and a lot of wind instruments, but I wanted to get some experience playing like piano and such, and I was doing it for a little bit, and then one day I kind of stopped. And like, this is all recent stuff too. Like, I was actually like learning to play some stuff, mostly by ear. Like, I can read music too, but I like to play by ear a lot also as well, especially mostly with piano. I like to play by ear, so it was nice. Sometimes I just be bored and I need to get back into that. I mean, my piano, I have an electric piano that does sit behind me in my office, and I need to put it to use. Wait, is this just straight now? Come on, man, why is this, why is it fine now? It's so inconsistent. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This has been an issue since Planet Coaster 1. The gizmo tool, that advanced move tool, just not being straightened. Just slightly diagonal for no reason. And you don't have any pieces that would cause that are in that group. Or that should cause it. I don't know what causes it. And then sometimes it doesn't do it, and it's like, well, what the heck's going on here, you know? Cool idea. You can make like a dark ride or something and create your own soundtrack for it. If you go back to like old Windleverse stuff, I actually did do that. I created my own soundtrack for one of the rides. I actually was singing in it a little bit too. I'm not a good singer, so it was an interesting track. It wasn't great, but like, I produced it, so I made it. I mostly used a audio software that I have, music creating, it's for music creation. Yeah, I used the piano to make the rhythm and everything, and it was a lot of fun. I did enjoy it. But no, I plan on doing like more stuff like that. I actually have a music channel, believe it or not. There is a music channel that I have. So actually, my music channel became before the gaming channel. So it was actually, I actually made it before this channel. Alright, that will look pretty good, and then we get more stuff going on the side there. It's really nice. We get some all of the seating and out here, everything out here. Let's see what we got. Let's see what tables we should put in. Alright, so we got the aquatic one. Isn't there a new small town one? Can't remember. Toy box one is pretty funny. But yeah, the small town picnic bench. I love these ones. This is a really good addition. I really like these ones. I'd say we either use these ones or the just the regular dining table ones. I think I like this one for the outdoor seating a lot, actually. And let's maybe make the chairs black though. I kind of like it in black like that. I love having the ability to change the colors. Let's just change the colors slightly, but a little bit more of a creamish color on the table. Start putting these in here. Why does a Planet Coaster count everything past 100 degrees in inversion when it's 135? It's actually 90, I'm pretty sure. If you go 91 degrees on something, it counts it as an inversion. And I don't know why it does. It's not a huge deal because, like, the only difference it makes is because it just says it in the stats, but that's about it. So, I couldn't answer that one. I also have questioned that. As well. Well, on my music channel, I do have the Time Traveler soundtrack on there. It was recorded with my phone, holding it up to a speaker, but it's still on there. Alright, get a nice umbrella. Does Small Town have one? Yeah, it does. The parasol. This one's good. That's good. That looks nice. Trying to debate if we should go further this way and add a few more, because we're gonna have a few on the inside too, but put a few inside. I'm not great at interior, so hopefully this ends up okay. Ready for 10 p.m. nights? I had so much. Starts Saturday. Yeah, the midnight day's on August 1st, I think. I believe. Like the second to last day of Summer Nights, I believe. Alright, let's go ahead and get these cables connected. Got 11 tables, not bad. I'm gonna put like a nice pretty like little planter right here, I think. Just to really make this look really pretty. We're gonna go for some pretty stuff here, and then I might attach this to where they can also get access to this from right there. Yeah, I think we're gonna do a really nice little bridge right here too, from this pathway. And just make some really pretty stuff on the backside, because again, you're gonna see all this from here. Let's see what this looks like with the water. Yeah. Oh yeah. And once this is all prettied up and everything, get some cool views from here. You'll be able to look over at the Viking entrance. You can see the hotel from over there. You can see over by the entrance. It'll be kind of cool. And then we could probably add like a lot of different water effects and some other stuff that will look pretty nice in there. So since this does have interior, we are going to have to work on the interior, so we're gonna have to make sure that we build the interior before we do a lot of the exterior work on it. Do I think Maverick's overrated? No. Maverick's in my top 5. Actually, top 3. I love Maverick. It's got a very special place in my heart. I absolutely love Maverick to death. Maverick is one of my faves. Last night I decided to try different for dinner, roasting corn on the cob over your fire pit. Safe to say it went well. The corn tasted different, but pretty good. That's cool. I mean, I've heard people doing that before. Oh, nice. It sounds good. It sounds like it would be good. Maverick's easily number 2 in that park. Oh yeah, like that and Steel Vengeance, like boom. Theme. I thought there was like some good something on here. Look at these railings. The small town theme has some really good stuff in here. That is for sure. And it's got some really nice doors that you can actually implement in here too. I really like the doors that we have. Very fancy. Have a backside to it, but you can actually put these in here and make them kind of like more functional doors, I guess you could say. I could put this in here, flip this around. I almost thought it would be really kind of cool. I just had this thought. We had the event points. I know it's like wouldn't really matter, but like imagine if we could make these doors open and close. There's a way, kind of. It's not going to be efficient, as in like guests will walk through properly through it. But what if we added like an event point where someone can open and close the door with the animated pieces, so you can see the doors open and close constantly. Like again, it's not going to match up with people the way they walk through it, but that's kind of an idea, I think. Like if I put these on a event point and then people, and then they'll get triggered by guests actually opening it. The thought. Those event points are so cool because you can do some cool interactive stuff now. Like you can have the guests actually trigger events, which is such a cool idea. I didn't even think it's something I needed, but like, it's so cool. And end up being like such a cool idea. Alright, we'll come back to those, but I really want to try and make some like windows, I think. So let's go back to the gosh dang it, I hit caps lock, didn't I? Do that all the time. Go back to our plaster walls here, and what am I looking for? I want to find something. This, yeah. Get some like nice windows in. Being the outdoorsy person, I've always been interested in making things over and open, like campfire sort of thing, like opportunity to try it. Yeah, me and my wife, we really want to make like a fire pit area out the front of our house. We just haven't had the funds to ever really make it happen, but like that's something we've always wanted to do, is actually make like a little fire pit outside. Something we could do is like put this outside, make it really stick out. one holder there. I mean, which is fine. Do that. And what we're gonna do is get our glass pieces and make an actual proper window. Those windows are cool. Closer to the inside here. Make this black. We could also change the size of this if we want to. Oh. Alright, now you see how, like, the transparency of this? You can actually change the transparency of this. Not by that. Not that color. A lot of people don't know this, like, you can make this glass however transparent you want. Like, if it's all the way white, it's going to be kind of like that weird frosted color, but if you go all the way down to black, it actually makes it super clear. I kind of want to go in between, so like I like having mine at like a kind of a gray, so it's a little transparent, mostly so you can see through it really clearly. But you can also tell it like it's a window. You want to make sure you can see that there's glass there. So that's also something that some people don't realize, that like if you have it on white, it'll be very frosty, like very kind of hard to see through. But if you go closer to making it black or go down darker, it actually becomes clearer, so. You wouldn't think that, you know, initially, but yeah, that's how it is. That is how it be. Frame, and then we're gonna make the same. Size. Roughly give us our nice window here. It's okay if it goes out the side there because that's going to be covered up. We'll go back to our plaster. Our plaster pieces. We have the non-grid pieces, which is what we're going to utilize here. Scale it down to like that. And how do I want to do this? Now I could just scale this all the way down. I'll obviously be using the scaling mod. I do that. And it's going to upset people that don't use mods that want to open this Park file. It will still open for them, but it's going to be a little wonky. You know what? Why have mods if I'm not going to use them, you know? Basically, I'm just trying to add a good amount of detail to my windows here. Kind of my goal right now. I think if we go to boards here, we actually do have some thin pieces we can use. Which is what I was thinking. The idea is I can copy this over to the other side without like so. I do think I'm gonna add one more over here. I don't know why it puts it that far up, but it does. That way we have plenty of window space on the inside. It's gonna be mashed up against another building here. We're in that main street, building space some. Give it kind of a dual tone here. Add some flair by adding a different here at the bottom. I did that there. What is happening? Why did the height? What are you doing? Sweet. But hope you guys have had a fantastic day. Today. This wonderful Wednesday. It's crazy that it's already like a quarter of the way through July. July just started. Like, what's going on there? We're already like getting through it. It's not a big deal to me because I'd rather get through summer. Summer's not my favorite. I don't understand people that like summer so much. Beyond me. I don't like being hot and sweaty. I don't like mowing my lawn every week. I don't like all the bugs that are around. Like, I don't see the pros here. I just don't see them. Maybe you all can, but I don't see it. Like, being outside's miserable during this time of year. If you ask me. Like, I don't like it. Do what? I like being outside. But not during summer. It depends on the bugs. Like, there's too many mosquitoes. There's annoying bugs. I don't hate all bugs, I just hate the annoying ones. You know what I'm saying? I get ate up like crazy just standing outside. Just for existing. The bugs are like, you existing, I'm going to fight you. The amount of bug bites I get, not fun. I don't like it. The only fun part about summer, I guess, is maybe going out and going swimming or something like that. Going to water parks or something. You can tolerate mosquitoes? I'm glad you can. And again, I don't like having to mow my lawn every week. The grass grows so fast, especially when it rains a lot, which it has been. It's just more work. I know some people do like mowing their lawn, so it can be satisfying for some. I don't mind it too much, it's just like the part I hate is having to do it so often. Oh, and then again, being hot and sweaty, not a big fan. See, this is why I like winter and fall. Those are my two favorites, fall and winter. I think fall is just a super beautiful time of the year. Honestly, in my opinion, the most beautiful time of the year. The weather is, in my opinion, the best. Like, you just have perfect weather when it comes to, like, temperature. I love the weather during fall. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. You also got Halloween. We love Halloween, so. I love spooky times. I love spooky stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna like Halloween because I like spooky stuff. Going to Fun Spot America and Carowinds on the same trip. Nice. I hope it's a fun trip. That is not what I meant to do. That is the default. Interesting. I'm gonna make the doorway here a little bit nicer. Looks too bland and bleh. See what else we got here. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go without riding Airy Force, but that's alright. But you never know, it could get relocated. It could, but who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Just gotta have the right situation for it. Are you guys interested in Planet Zoo when it comes out? I know I'm gonna get it. And I haven't really played a crazy ton of Planet Zoo 1. I do love the game. I'm just more of a theme park guy, you know? Theme parks are where I'm at. So that's just what I gravitate to. Yeah, this is the thing is, like, are they going to want to pay the money to relocate it when you can literally just build your own custom ride? You know? It's a lot easier to just build your own custom ride, because it's probably going to be just as much, if not cheaper. And you can do whatever you want with it. And if you relocate Air Force, you're going to have to figure out the terrain, and it's just more of a pain to figure out. So it's gonna take someone that wants to preserve that ride, you know. It's gotta be the perfect situation. Is what it's gotta be. You gotta find the right person that would want to preserve that ride. And I'm not saying there's not people out there that wouldn't want to, because I'm sure there's a lot of parks that would wanna do that, so. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna check out Planet Zoo 2. I'll definitely check it out because it looks really good. I mean, I really like the first one, and since aquariums and like sea animals are coming to the game, it's really piqued my interest. So maybe I'll play it more because I'm really fascinated by like aquariums and such. Planet Zoo 1 didn't really have aquariums, and that's what I was waiting for, is something like just to have something like aquariums or something, and it never came. So they're gonna bring them into Planet Zoo 2. So that's really what's piqued my interest in it, is getting that sea animal life. Like, that piques my interest a lot more. So that's really what I'm why I kind of want to check it out. So. I was trying to see if we get, like, if there's any decorations in the small town theme I might want to use, but I'm not seeing much of that I would want to put in here. So what is this piece? Small town balcony floor. Nice texture. Basically the plaster texture. Looks very similar. Alright, we might decorate it more later on. If that makes sense. I'll focus more on decoration on the inside later on, I think. I built this as our roof. Slash balcony. We're gonna have like a little overhang. Have it overhang a little bit here. All the what did I do? I thought I was. Am I clicking the wrong thing? Oh. Why does it keep only doing one thing? I'm confused. Hello? Why are you selecting? Oh, you're not on the. Why are you part of the building? Why would you do this to me? Now you should be part of the building. Of course I would miss that one little piece. I knew that was gonna happen too. I gotta try and get it selected. That or it is in there and I just didn't get it selected. Literally that thin little piece right there. That's not part of the building. I can't for some reason get a hold of it. There we go. Got it. It was just... Oh my god. Haven't been to a real zoo in some time though. I realize I need to get out more. Zoo is free. Guess it just depends on which zoo you go to. On what's free. St. Louis Zoo, okay. Alright, now you can see I spend sometimes way too long on some of these buildings, but the reason why I'm spending so much time on these buildings is mostly because of what park I'm working on. This is my dream park, and I want it to look... The thing is, I want it to look really good, and which means I gotta spend time on each individual building and really give it its own thing. So this main street's gonna take me some time to work on, for sure. But it'll be worth it. Like, the point of this park is to... I want this park to be my best work of all time that I've ever done. So that's my goal. Stop typing at the same time. What are you doing? Plaster wall. I want it to be Main Street, but also have a little bit of a modern twist. So we're gonna add like these slightly different colors everywhere. I think that will be nice. I feel like that gives it a little bit of a modern push a little bit. Alright, should we look into the small town windows? Small town. I can't wait to see what other stuff we get in Planet Coaster 2. I'm excited to see what's to come, because it ain't done yet. I know there's people out there that are saying that, oh, Frontier's not going to update this game anymore because Planet Zoo's coming out, Planet Zoo 2's coming out, and I'm just like, no, they're going to continue. I know this last update took longer than what it usually would have. But I think it's just because, like, they added some... It just took some time to develop. So... I'm not worried about it. I do think we'll get some sort of update in, like, October. Hopefully something spooky. I know a lot of people want spooky stuff. That's what I'm pushing forward to. And then maybe we'll get something for Christmas around Christmas time. That's being very wishful. Very, like, hopeful, I would say. I think we got more coming. It's gonna continue to be developed. I hope a lot of the players come back after realizing, like, oh, they are doing some cool stuff, you know? Ever since the launch, because the launch was, of course, rocky. But I think they've more than made up for it, and I think Frontier has realized their mistakes that they made, so I'm proud of them for doing something, and as long as they don't do the same thing they did with Planet Coaster 2's launch, with Planet Zoo 2's launch, I think we're in a good state, or a good spot, so. Glass King. I feel like I could do a little bit more with these windows here. Don't know if an awning would look good of some sort. Maybe. What are you doing? All right. find this piece. There we go. Corner. Is this the right one? I always select the wrong one. This one. Aha! Gotta get that right. I think it's a good start. Like the first building. Like one of the first buildings on this main street. It's a good start. We gotta fill in all the gaps here, fill all this in, and eventually get started on the western section as well. But I really want to focus on the central area. We're going to be working on the central area as we go from land to land. So this is kind of the spot that I needed to get going. So. Which is important. We're going to try and make sure we're getting stuff done and I don't get ahead of myself. So I do want to get this project done at some point. It'll probably take me a long time still, but I'm still working at it. My biggest thing is, as long as I get it done before Planet Coaster 3 comes out, if that ever happens, but... Watch Planet Coaster 3 get announced like next year. I don't know if we'd see another Planet Coaster game anytime soon. I feel like it would be many years down the line. Curious if Planet Coaster 2 will have a longer lifespan than Planet Coaster 1 though. That's a question. The question. Yeah, we'll definitely have to get a little more decorated in there, but at least we have the base of something there. Is something. Be a nice combination. Mostly for aesthetics. Again, we do have to have all of this decorated in the back side as well. All of this will be visualized from the back as well. Visible, not visual. The entire world will be able to see it. Oh, we gotta make sure it looks good. That'd be too soon. Yeah. Planet Coaster 1 came out in 2016. Planet Coaster 2 came out in 2024, so 8-year span before the next game came out. Planet Zoo went from 2019? Planet Zoo 2 is coming out in 2026. 7 years, so got about that 7-8 years of life before you could maybe expect a new game if they take that same route. They could very well, I mean, make it sooner. But I like having that length of time on one game because it's just like I like games that last a while before moving on to the next one. Get good time in it, you like get a good amount of time in it, and overall. And as long as it holds up, you know, it's good. Alright, so that's looking good there. I'm trying to think, like, I feel like for the parade we should have characters from each section, obviously. So obviously we'll have the Viking, we'll have a Viking themed float, for sure. We should have a Western themed float. We should have a steampunk themed float. And then obviously like the scary themed float. And then like a 5th float or 2 that just kind of represent the park. So maybe like the first and last one represent that. And I made myself enough space here in case I wanted to have more floats or more to the parade. That's why I have this extra space here in case it needs to be longer, bigger. We certainly can do that. The height all messed up. Why? Why? Alright, we're just getting kind of like a blueprint for the next one. Next building. Roughly. Most of these buildings are going to go out over the water on the backside. What I want to shoot for. And then, since this is going to be so big, I'll probably have a few of them will be enterable, like this restaurant, and then a few of them are just going to be for show, like facades, I think. For the most part. So we'll have like a few in the middle here that are just going to be for show. And such. Wonder if we could potentially do like a trolley ride down the center here. Would be interesting. Would be interesting. yeah, this is a very simple restaurant, but it's going to be really cool to have it like out over the water here by the entrance. We have a lot of detailing we're going to have to do as well. All of that. Gotta make the side of the building a little bit better as well. Select these, and we're gonna change the color of them. This one's just gonna be a show building facade. Not gonna be real. Not going to be real. Hey, you got a grid? Just place down a grid piece. Once you place down a grid piece, it starts a grid. Grid height all jacked up. Hopefully we can decorate this up. This will take up 4 spaces, so it will hopefully be nice to have. But yeah, no, you just place down any like wall grid piece or any grid piece in the library, and because there's grid pieces and non-grid pieces. So if you're using non-grid pieces, you won't have a grid that will pop up. Once you place a grid piece, it'll create a grid for that building or and everything. So like walls, there's walls that are grid pieces. I mean, there's a mixture of both. There's non-gridded pieces and some that are gridded pieces. So I think there might be a filter for grid pieces. Yeah, right here. You can actually check grid right here, and it'll only show grid pieces. That's how those work. See if we can blend these together. Hey, what's up, Doctor? Awesome. Hello, hello. Textures, so we gotta move them around. I saved life of your park. Yeah, that's all you gotta do. If you really want to know what grid pieces are, just go to the filter here and check mark grid. Reform props. Oh yeah, so just make sure you have grid props selected, and it'll only put on the grid pieces. So go down here and check mark grid props if you want to do it that way. Yeah, should we change colors here a little bit? Stick with the blue. Give it a different tone color. The wood pieces. You make like a light gray or white. It's going to be a very blue kind of Main Street building. A lot of stuff here that we're going to have to do, so let's go back to the plaster pieces. And wherever those are, guys. Watching few Tormenta POVs I have. And it's smooth for the most part. Either just for the most part. The one I saw El Toro Ryan's POV, or his on-ride video. It looked pretty smooth to me from that, but from what I could see, anyways. I don't know. I don't really have much say in it because I have not ridden any of the newer B&Ms that are supposedly very rattly, so this will be kind of like, in a way, a bridge building to like the next spot. So this could be like visually look like part of the whole main street, but like in reality it could be like a storage building for part of the restaurant that you don't actually see. So I'll let everyone's imagination be what it would be for, so. I want to do the same exact pieces we just placed. Wish there were a few more of these like roof trim pieces that we could use. I feel like there's not enough. General? I feel like that's kind of what we've been missing a little bit. Like I said, this is going to be more of a bridge kind of part of the main street, bridge building-ish. It's there just for show. Could add like details like that if you really wanted to. Light noticeable right on the back edge seats only. Gotcha. Well, I hope it is up to enthusiasts' liking. I guess there's more pieces here that I didn't actually even think about. There's a lot of stuff here on the wall decorations, I guess. More. There is a bit more. I wasn't taking into account. I'm like, I felt like there was more. let's go over to lights here. Light it up. I need to find the correct lighting here. That's what we need to do. Sorcery. Lamp? I thought there was... looking for it. I probably went past it. I thought there was a small town lamp that maybe not. I mean, I like the sorcery one. Just kind of like one of those bridge ones. Bridge buildings that doesn't really have much of a purpose except for just filling in space. It's filler. What if no paid parking? I mean, I got free parking last time I went there. I just told them I worked at Silver Dollar City. But of course that was quite a few years ago, so... even before the merger, so it's like, I don't know if that would happen again. Just saying, Silver Dollar City has free parking. Just saying. We still have free parking. Not many parks can say that. Few can, but not many. And that makes a difference. So, like, people say our ticket prices are expensive, but by the time you pay for parking at another park, and you have your day ticket, you're gonna be spending about the same, if not more. It's just a something notable to say, you know? Very notable. So a lot of parks, you're gonna be paying like $40+ just for parking. And guess what? $7 City, it's free. That's pretty cheap. I know this is kind of like lazily decorating the back, but we're gonna decorate it more. Gonna have more than just windows, but windows do add a lot, so. Add some like trim here. Just as an extra detail. Not on the same level. I guess not. Whoopsie. I remember when they redid the parking lot a couple of years ago. Wasn't that long ago. So many people were worried that Silver Dollar City was gonna get rid of their free parking. And I already knew that wasn't happening, but people were freaking out over it. It's like, people, no, we're not. Like, we have premium parking and preferred parking, which is optional if you just want to park closer, but it's not required. People flipping out, thinking that we were gonna do paid parking only, and I was like, come on, people. It's like we're just redoing our parking lot. They saw the toll booths, and they were like, oh, they're gonna do paid parking, and I'm like, we had toll booths before. Like, there was a little paid booth there before. Like, it's nothing. It wasn't anything new. But no one didn't notice them, I guess, until we started redoing our parking lot. Trust me, I'm all for free parking myself. Like, I don't like that most parks pay for parking. Like, even Dollywood has paid parking, which is a Hershey park, you know? Like, I think out of all the Hershey parks, I think Silver Dollar City is the only one that has free parking, as far as I'm aware. Oh, I clicked out of scenery. I should have just stayed in there. I guess people just expect the worst at this point. I guess I can't say I blame them. The way companies are these days. Looking at you, EA and Sony. I don't know why. If I was to have my own huge company and everything, I would be looking at what the people want over anything else. Like, I'm not gonna look at something like, yeah, that's gonna make a few people mad, but it'll be fine. No. Like, what? I don't know what Sony is thinking. I don't know what EA is thinking. Like, come on. This is gaming stuff, but like, who makes these decisions? Like, are they trying to kill their brand? They may act like they're not scared, but they better be. I think just consumers in general are getting fed up with this corporate greed with everything. In general, like with all big companies, like, it's getting ridiculous. Like, y'all already make millions, billions of dollars, and think you need more? True, the boss is a park ender. I never had time to hearing things. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? Not sure I follow. Is this a new lamppost? I don't ever remember seeing this one. Is that new? What about the... What do you mean by park ender? That's what I'm not... What do you mean park ender? I mean, like, last ride of the day, or... No, boss is awful. One of the worst coasters I've been on. And I used to like it. It's got a great layout. I'll say that. Boss has a good layout. Like, bad enough to where you ride it, you won't want to do anything else. I wouldn't go that far. I would say say I don't want to do the boss again. It's one of those, I'll ride it once for the day, and then I don't want to do it again. I ride it to see if it's gotten any better, and about 99% of the time, that's a no. Screaming Eagle's not that bad. Screaming Eagle's good. The boss was way worse than Screaming Eagle when it comes to, like, roughness. Screaming Eagle has a couple of spots in there that hurt, but, like, it's actually really good. Like, a good layout as well. Like, good airtime on it. Screaming Eagle, like, it can be good, but sometimes it can't. It just depends, I guess, when you ride it. As a kid, I loved the boss, and that was before it got unbearably awful. Maybe it's better now. I don't know, since I got Titan Track on it. I haven't ridden it in a couple of years, so... American Thunder's great. That's definitely the smoothest wood coaster there. It's nothing crazy, like it's a nice little GCI, but it's nothing like gonna blow you away, but it's a really good little GCI. Okay, so we got that kind of started. I've been live for over 2 hours already? Jeez. I want to work on other stuff, I probably should. But before we go, let's see how this first drop rides on this over here. Ride isn't accessible. So why can't I test it though? I hate it when it does this. It doesn't allow you to test it. Maybe it's because I have the 2 trains on it. Block section. It still won't let me test it. I don't understand why. Alright, I'll place an entrance and exit so you are happy, okay? Now you're testing. That's why you wouldn't test? By the way, this lift, I never said, this lift is a little over 200 feet tall. It's a hyper hybrid. It's going to be a hyper hybrid in the western section. That'd be one of the main attractions in the entire park, so. That looks nice. Smoothness wise and just like feeling them. That seems good. Yeah, Mr. Freeze is good. I really like Mr. Freeze a lot. In my opinion, probably the best coaster in that park. I need to detail these up more. Not bad, they just seem like they need more, you know? I like how this turned out so far. I feel like I need more detail on the buildings. That restaurant, we got this one in here. Batman's good. I mean, for a cloned ride, it's a nice, forceful B&M, so... Definitely one of the more forceful clones out there. I really do hope I actually finish this park. It's gonna take a long time still. But if I actually stay consistent working on it, I can get it finished. Like, the Viking section, as of how many hours I put into it, I feel like it wasn't as crazy amount, you know? I feel like we can do the same with everywhere else. And I feel like the western section won't be too hard to do when it comes to that. Like, western building's very simplistic, so...
Time to take off. Make sure we don't crash.
This is the Viking family coaster. With onboard audio.
We're flying. Turn right. Keep it steady. Slow down. We need to get back on track. All right, time to turn up the heat.
Whoosh. The ninja's awful. The transitions, man.
Almost there. That was some skilled flying. You made it back in one piece. Come back again for some more test flights. You are a true Viking now.
I can't remember how many trains I run on this ride. I think it's 4.
Turn up.
I got 4 trains. With an unload station. It. We're flying. Yeah, River King Mine Train. River King Mine Train's a little fun ride. I like it. A fun little mine train. All right. Alright, so that was Twinland Adventure Resort. Our other big projects are Heartland Adventure and Silver Dollar City. Alright. Silver Dollar City recreation. Still need to work more on American Plunge. Wildfires areas. Audio's not going off because it just loaded. I do have a reference for the station of American Plunge, but I know it has a double-lid station in real life. Like it has 2 channels, both sides, but I think we're going, because Planet Coaster's docks, or like the stations are so big, it makes it kind of hard to even make it, like, even if it was make-believe, like even if it wasn't like functioning, still seems like it'd be hard to do with how big the station is, so. I'm okay with sacrificing that. A little bit of accuracy to make sure we get functionality and such, right? But I don't think it's that big a deal to not include it, but because it would be really hard to figure out how to do. Where's the station reference I have? I have it somewhere in here. So had a more. Thought I did. I have to somewhere. No, I do. I took it recently. Maybe I didn't. Kinda it. Alright. Alright, so this is the exit, but there's also a bridge that goes over, because there's kind of exits on both sides in a way. There's actually a path that goes across here as well, so we might make a goes both ways. Try and make it as steep as it will allow me. That reference of that. I can find it. I literally just was on it. Odd random nitpicky thing. I kind of wish SCC didn't make the press vending machines take a card. I really like the older versions of them. I don't remember how the older versions were. I never really used them, so I don't know if Outlaw Runs Gift Shop still has theirs. Yeah, they had one. I found it. Ah. Right, is that low enough? Can we go above? Yeah, it's still kind of... We can go a little bit further. I'm not going to be able to get this completely accurate because it's going to kind of be impossible if you want to make it functional anyways. The main reason behind that is because you see where the queue line is. That's going to be the main reason why. Because in the real life, the queue line goes down in the middle of the station. I can't really do that if I wanted to actually connect with the station general, so yeah, doesn't really work that way. Planet Coaster, so we're gonna have to deal with what we got. Which makes it a little bit difficult, but you know. Make this kind of work. Ah, sorry, that was loud. Bumped my mic. Gonna take a lot of shimmying around here. Because these pads are obviously way too big. We're gonna make them really narrower. Oops, sorry. Again, I keep just knocking into my microphone over and over and over again. Alright, so I know how this works. Wait, like this is all weird, but I know there's like a bridge that goes over it. I'm probably just gonna go actually delete this now. lot of adjustments here. Hopefully we can get it to work the way we want. Is right there. I'm gonna go brain style. My cats got into my office and now they're being misbehaving. Maybe the microphone is knocking into you on purpose. Then ah. And the outside. Over there. Alright, I'm actually gonna look up quick POV of the American Plunge to see how if this bridge is sloped. I really hope it is, otherwise it's gonna be a little bit American Plunge. Here we go. Towards the end of the ride, after the plunge part of the ride. The hardest part is just making all of this functional. Okay, let's see that bridge that goes over. Okay, so it's got a stairway going up to it, and then it goes up. So that makes sense. We have stairs, and then it goes up to it. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Right before it gets to it, we're gonna go into stairs. We'll try to make that line up. And then we're actually going to delete that path, and we're going to try and smooth this out a bit. To make this a little bit better. These pads over here were a little bit of a pain, actually, to get figured out, so hopefully it's going to be deleting a little bit here and rebuilding pads. Hopefully we can still make this work. Alright, we're going to go to conforming. Put a curve. There. Too steep. I hate that that's a thing. I'm gonna be honest. That's the hardest part about working with terrain, is it always thinks it's too steep. Not too steep there, even though it's literally the exact same thing. Okay. Alright, that actually is pretty good right there, so let's go ahead and pull this out, maybe, if it will let us. Might not let us. Kinda wanna blend that in a bit better. No, don't do that. This is a weird spot there. Okay, let's disconnect that real quick. Need to smooth that connection point out a bit. Trying to make it to where it does not have a crazy weird point right there. Of course it does. It says it's gonna be too steep. Even though we really didn't make much of a change there. Lets me do that. Perhaps we could get these connected. Oh my gosh. Let's go smooth tool. The only way I could think of is if we delete this right here, but I've just been very hesitant doing that because getting those kind of connected with those could be a little difficult. Getting all that connected together. My fear. Sometimes if you just manipulate these and connect them to these points, that can actually help. I want to move this up, and we just slowly move this up till we connect it. Tap here. That. Boom. Alright, there's a little spot right there, but I can lift that, that's alright. Working with terrain, you gotta just work with what you got sometimes. And now we got that bridge that we wanted. Okay, and then we'll probably thin this down too. Potentially. Oops. Oh no, maybe. Let's see. Okay, so that actually is going to smooth out a lot better than I thought it would. Good, because we do need more space over here because we have that building we have to build over here. That big red building over here that we're going to have to fit in somehow. And I actually want to bring up the floor plan here and see exactly where it sits, because it could be a little difficult. Could be difficult to get in here properly. So if we look here, my gosh, you can't even really see. That building is on this. I think it's this right here, but it could be wrong. It's a little difficult to figure out. I just have to go without the floor plan for this right here. Might be the easiest thing. Sorry, I got a cute kitty in my lap right now, so that wants attention. Want all the attention. All the attention. balancing a kitty, playing this game, streaming all at the same time. It's kind of interesting. If we go back in the POV here, I can actually see that building pretty well. It should be pretty simple, but the biggest question is, am I going to be able to fit it in there? Alright, sorry, cat. Alright, anyways, do we fit this in here? Wood is... I think we can fit it in. Pretty red building. This is really kind of what we're working with. Challenging part. Mostly because the queue's in the lane. You shouldn't be there, but it is. Adjust the path some. Be a problem. Still kind of wonky. What can we do? I can move this. Maybe move the queue a little over, but no. Haven't decided what I'm gonna do fully yet. Window, because there's a tiny little window here. Which one indeed? That's a start. I think there's like a sign on the side there that says something like Jim Owens something. Kind of like a reference to Jim Owens' float trip. Something along those lines. I don't have that angle. Or I might have a reference of it somewhere on my phone if I look. Look here. Oh, the first one. I'm thinking, like, I bet you have some. In the off season. Where at? Would have been around. Hey, yeah, it is. It says Jim Owens Float Trips. That's what it says. It literally just says Jim Owens Float Trips. That is written on the side of the building here. Float trips. Nice little callback to before it was American Plunge, when it was Jim Owen's Float Trip. When I get all this kind of just nicer, polished. Create the bridge over here too. And then we're gonna go into building the woods. Yeah. Oh, darn it. Go ahead and make this a security group. Here. On us overall. fences. And it is a picket. Kind of like a picket fence right here. Which I know. Yeah, somewhere. We're gonna different perch here. And then down here. Why are you red? And making these random and kind of uneven is intentional here. Just so you know. There's a start. Got that bridge here. That will go in there. Nice. Good, good, good. I mean, that's already looking a lot better. I think so. That's not even connected to that. Okay. Don't do that. Alright, make this line up a bit better. Alright. And these are allowed to be kind of randomized. They are. They're kind of uneven, kind of jagged. Gonna go with. I know this is like tedious kind of work, but you know, it's gotta get done, whether we wanna or not. Might as well get it done now. But, you know what I mean. Get all done now. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Alright. Alright, that's looking better. Okay. Better. Pull these corners. Look at that. I feel like, even though I feel like I did a crazy ton right here, like I feel like, oh, that really good. A lot better than I was expecting. Still kind of a little unsure how the station's gonna play out, but you know, overall, you know, we still got something going on here. They're gonna make the crown and again the station and everything, but it will come together. I'm pretty certain it will. I've neglected American Plunge a little bit too long lately, so I know we needed to do some stuff with it, so. $6:34. Holy crap, it is. I probably need to make some dinner here soon. Probably what I should be doing. I at least wanted to work at least get a little bit done here at Sword Art Cities. At least a little bit today. Still has a lot to go in this area, but I'm starting to close things up just a little bit there, and it's quite nice. Need to do the exit pathway and the bridge that goes over the channel here, and everything like that. So I did manage to put this together at least somewhat functional, so in a certain way. Again, if it just wasn't for this being such a large platform right here, I probably could have made the visual of the two lanes, but we're just gonna keep it to one for right now, and just work around it and work with it, mostly again because of the limitations of the game. Because like this takes up too much space, I wouldn't be able to really make the other channel because in reality, the queue line comes in between the two channels, and I can't really do that. I have to go off. I gotta go connect it to the side. There's no other option. Like, I can't make the queue line go down right here like it would in real life. So, again, I have to make a few changes here just to make it functional. Again, I could make it look visually correct and accurate and 100% correct, but if I did that, it wouldn't be functional. So I'm trying to blend that together a little bit when I'm making this recreation, because I do want everything to be functional and real, and I want to see guests on the ride and everything. So still make it functional and as accurate as I can, but I still have to might have to tweak it up a little bit a few times just to make it to where it works, you know, which can be a little difficult sometimes, but it's just gotta live with it. So at this point, I'm excited to get over to Powder Keg. I'm excited to work on Powder Keg for sure, and I'm sure a lot of you want to see me do that also as well. How about Fire in the Hole? Can't wait to get on this, make a second version of this, so.
The ball knobbers have set the whole town ablaze. Go!
Patches! I'm gonna tan your hide!
Chicken! Waggles have been chicken! Wiley, drop that dynamite or I'll have to shoot.
Go ahead, Marshal. You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
Ow!
Get after those ball knobbers and stop that fire.
Red Flanders? Get back here and put on your pants!
I can't, Sadie. I ain't got no pants no more. The dang ball knobbers stole them.
Stole them? What in the city hell would they want with good pants?
Weird echo going on there.
They don't call me Bugs for nothing. Don't worry, they don't bite much.
Hurry! The ball knobbers are gonna blow up the bridge!
The ball knobbers have set the whole town ablaze.
You've got great over here.
Don't mess up my new pants, you ornery
Pack
fool.
them bundles under the dresser.
Can't you even tie a ding-dang knot?
Hurry!
What's the matter, Bugs? You chicken?
Watch out, you dang fool! You're gonna fall! Now look at what you done!
Uh-oh, I think I'm stuck. I can't reach.
Ooh, bridge ain't gonna hold. Bye-bye.
Bugs and Patches, we foiled your plot, and now we're using your dynamite to blow up the water tower and put out the fire.
Don't throw that switch. The train's coming that way.
They're gonna blow up the bridge!
The tower's gonna blow. Fire in the hole!
Now look at what you done!
Nice.
Thank you, heroes. We couldn't have caught those good-for-nothing ball knobbers without you. Give yourselves a big old pat on the back. You deserve it. And it'll also put out any stray sparks. So long.
The dang ball knobbers stole them.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to try and rev up on getting this area done, or this phase done, because I feel like we've been on it longer than I've wanted to, and yeah, I just kind of want to move on to the next section. I don't want to just, when I say that, I don't mean like rush through this, but I mean work on it more consistently so we can get it done quicker. Yeah, we'll get all this done and then touch up Wildfire a little bit more. There's still some details I need to add on to Wildfire. Get all that kind of closed in, and then we can actually start on Powder Keg shortly after. So that'll be fun. I'm excited to get into Powder Keg and how I'm gonna figure that out. And with the new the trick with how we get the stuff to stay in one spot, maybe I could do that with the transfer track. I don't know if that will be possible or not. Good question. Din 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 din. Oh, the addition of the gate. It's really cool. Blast on this powder keg.
This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg.
Hey, end of day.
This powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Like that fuse, no time for dread. Oh, we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg.
Kind of be cool if I could animate like the catch car flying forward too. Look kind of cool. That'll be cool when we get all that going. Excited. I can't wait to like hardcore get this figured out and get it looking good, and obviously getting the coaster in there and together. So, utilizing the floor plan for that. Saw me at Powder Keg when you were there, operating in the booth on the phone. Maybe I should have said hi. Chose not to, because, well, social. Hey, I feel that. I'm the same way, kind of. Like, I'm kind of awkward in person, so. Feel it. Alright. I might head out here so I can make some dinner and such, so. And hopefully we'll keep this up. Alright, Silver Dollar City. Remember how long it used to take in Planet Coaster 1 to save stuff and also load stuff? I don't miss that. Really don't miss that. Oh, it's snowing. Snowing here. It was snowing. I don't know what it's doing now. What's the weather? It's cloudy. I think we're almost into spring though, thankfully. Yeah, it's really coming along over in this. I should probably get it to where I can open the park though, before summer gets too far in. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shoot through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Or we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Okay, I've had people say hi to me and me expect them they expect me to know who they are in chat. Like, I'm like, I don't know what your face looks like. I did have someone one time, they're just like, hey, I commented on your stream one time. And I'm like, that's great. I don't know who you are. I'm sure I've seen you in chat. But, like... pretty proud of how that single rail's turning out. I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, I at least wanted to say I opened this park. Before signing off so you guys could see the progress of where we're at, or where we've been on it, so yeah. Can't wait to get further on that project, but that one's not the priority. The priority is getting the park actually open to the public, kind of getting it ready more than anything. Yeah. But I'm probably gonna go ahead head off here for now, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. We worked on some good stuff, and hopefully we'll be back soon, very soon. Hopefully, maybe even tomorrow. Who knows? We'll see. But I hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure you guys have a great day and even cooler tomorrow. And of course, I'm gonna see you guys next time. Thanks and goodbye.
gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Or we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. You can scream at the speeds, you can hold on tight, going so fast until you're full of fright. When that nitro spills, we're blasting through these hills. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Or we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Blasting through these hills overhead. We have to light this fuse, enough said. We're going up higher, escaping the blasting fire on this powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. Or we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. Shooting through the Ozarks till the rails run red. Light that fuse, no time for dread. No time for dread. Or we're gonna have a blast on this powder keg. We're gonna have a blast on this powder keg.
Welcome to the mine days, welcome to the toil. Welcome to the trouble neath the earth and soil. Sweat a little water, you sweat a little blood, and you might get out if the mine don't flood. Welcome to the mine, come on in my friend, down here in the darkness where it never ends. The rocks and the dirt, no silver or gold, but if you're looking for riches, then this mine will unfold. Welcome to the mine days, welcome to the toil. Welcome to the trouble neath the earth and soil. Sweat a little water, you'll sweat a little blood, and you might get out if the mine don't flood. Deep in these tunnels, you know it's been said, when you find your fortune, you wish that you were dead. It's a dangerous game when some don't make it through, but when your strength is tested, this is what you do. Welcome to the mine days, welcome to the toil. Welcome to the trouble neath the earth and soil. Sweat a little water, you sweat a little blood, and you might get out if the mine don't flood. Heading down the elevator, deep